shawty. Heard you like to party, and lucky you the party's in town. And we should take a chance to share in this romance. I promise I ain't fooling around. Girl, it's something good when we're feeling higher than the ceiling. My words, they couldn't bring me down. But there's one thing that I want to know if we can get to whenever you can come around. Oh, baby, can you dance? It's like we got the world in the palm of our hands. Oh, baby, won't you and whatever you fancy is my command. Baby, if tonight is the only time that you can hold me, well, let's make plans for two. And baby, we can dance the whole night through. Baby, we can dance the whole night through.
My car go vroom, my maid got a broom, my house got a room for some rooms with a view. I'm driving real slow like I'm running on fumes. I'm driving real slow like I'm running on fumes. 30 on the dash. Baby riding slow, but that money moving fast. Look at all this cash. Baby riding slow, gotta watch this one be pass. Money in the air like it really don't pay, oh yeah. But that money moving fast. Money in the air like it really don't pay, oh yeah. Baby riding slow, gotta watch this one be pass. I just put your mortgage on my neck, and you looking teed off like a golfer, you upset. Why you mad? Why you mad? Tell him why you mad. If you need a loan, you should probably just ask. If you need to get it brown, I can send a bus pass. I be in my suite, what a bottle must have. Top shelf, everything we elevated, and we just keep on pouring up. Man, I'm glad we made it. Feels so good to be so rich, ain't gotta worry about it. Why we only doing 30, ain't no hurry about it. Bust down for my bust down, carrots in the clarity. They tell me that I'm giving like I opened up a charity. 30 on the dash. Baby riding slow, but that money moving fast. Look at all this cash. Baby riding slow, gotta watch this one be pass. Money in the air like it really don't pay, oh yeah. But that money moving fast. Money in the air like it really don't pay, baby riding slow, gotta watch this one be pass. M-O-N-E-Y, you know I say fly, cause I'm that guy. I be moving 30, in the 55, and you know why. Top down, bass bumping out the tweeters, told these groupies get
And good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the casino at Dania Beach and Dania Beach High Life for the first of two performances today of the world's fastest game. This afternoon, 9 games, and tonight we have 10, including a bonus singles game. Each of our games has win, play, show, Quinella, Exacta, and Trifecta betting available. Game 1 will start the early daily double. Game 3 is the first of our 2 pick 3s. Game 6 starts the pick 4. Game 7, the second pick 3. And game number 8 is the late daily double. No scratches to report. Happily. Take a moment to remind you our broadcast is brought to you by Better Care of Broward Medical Center. They speak English, Spanish, and French, accept all insurance, and welcome walk-ins. Visit their primary and family practice at 599 South Federal Highway in Dania Beach. Better Care of Broward is your local choice for all your medical needs. Today's uniforms are proudly sponsored by IGT and Every, together built to win. Champions Corner, look for the bright lights by the back wall. That's open today, and it's sponsored by Dolphin Jewelers. You can treat yourself or somebody special with jewelry from Dolphin Jewelers, right down the street at 52 North Federal Highway in Dania Beach. They buy, sell, repair, and trade all types of jewelry, even custom designs. Mention Highlight for an extra special discount at Dolphin Jewelers. Our media coverage is powered by TPI, driven to connect. And for our friends in Connecticut, the word has been out. It's easier than ever to make your highlight bets at mywinners.com, the top betting outlet in the state of Connecticut, by just getting the app for iOS in the App Store. My Winners mobile app is now up and running, or you can go to app.mywinners.com on a laptop, desktop, or iPad. Make those selections. And don't forget, at Champions Corner, by the way, some great Dania Highlight merch, along with many other things you can do at Champions Corner. Last night, the Dania Beach Invitational concluded with third place being handled comfortably by Garcia and Atine, defeating Vicente and Oyardi. So we'll have our champions, Johan and Gorka, honored at the end of the season. And they've also been honored by a berth in the Biscayne Cup, and that starts on Tuesday. And in fact, starting tomorrow begins our celebration week for the Biscayne Cup. Tomorrow at 1 o'clock, we'll have our usual 1 o'clock matinee, but it's not a usual matinee because it's all singles. It's the super singles, 2 straight days. That's right, we are open every day until February 23rd, when we take a break, and then we finish up with the final performances of the season. So Monday, the 16th, President's Day, 1 o'clock, also all singles. 5 of those 9 games will feature the superfecta. Tuesday nights, when the Biscayne Cup begins, following our 9th game, we go right into it with 2 partidos. Please note we will have the matinee on Tuesday at 1, then 6 o'clock, not 7, 6 for game 1. Wednesday, February 18th, is only Biscayne Cup partidos, so please come by and watch the partidos. You can bet on them, only win for obvious reasons since there's only 2 teams at once. But 6 o'clock Wednesday, then 6 o'clock Thursday, 9 games, 2 partidos in the Biscayne Cup. Friday, February 20th, 9 games, 2 more partidos in the Biscayne Cup. And then Saturday, a week from today, we'll be back here at 1 o'clock for the regular matinee, games 1 through 9. But Saturday night, the final 2 games of the evening will be the championship for this international tournament. And then Sunday, February 22nd, we kind of wind down, pull the parachute a little bit, and present another day of super singles. And again, 5 of those 9 games will feature the superfecta. So that's the Biscayne Cup schedule. The tournament itself begins on Tuesday night, and please note Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, the night performances start at 6. And also note we are open President's Day Monday at 1 p.m. We've got about 4 minutes till we kick off the first game of the day. Best of luck. Thank you for being here. Game one, last call for the first game in the early daily double. And once again, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for being here. We do ask before our first point of the afternoon that those who are able please rise and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem. We begin at the beginning with game number one, spectacular singles. A raw in post one red, Tom Boer in the blue of post number two. Points will be doubling after the first round of play. This game starts the early daily double. Serve starts the day. And that first point goes to the one. Shanika, post three in the white shirt. Two all by Aron and point to one. Now the board at post 4. In the upper cushion, 4 scores there. Now here comes 5. Metz in the black shirt. Tejada and a perfect one from Laborde. Point to 4. Here's Garcia in the 6th post. Out on the wood, point to 6. Now Del Rio wearing the brown at post number 7. Six scores. Post 8 is Celaya to conclude the first round. Tough catch for Garcia. Point to 6. Each player has played a turn on the court. Now the points are doubled. Here's Tom Bohr in post 2. Two scores there. Here's Chanika, post 3. Superb rebote by Tambor, point 2. Now a raw in post number 1. One there. A Mets in post 5. Point to the 5. Back in the 4 post, here's Laborde. Score that for the 5. Now Del Rio in the 7 post. The Mets lifting that right side. Del Rio swings it back in. Mets has a bunch of options here. He'll take a costado. Del Rio's going to take a run at it. Has a chance, but that was tricky. Point to the 5. Possible game point for a Mets in post 5. Here's Celaya in the 8. Possible game point for the 5. That's going to be out of play. Double point end game to the 5 for place and show. 2 will serve the 1. Beautiful catch by Aron going up the wall. Tambor hustling to the backcourt. That's out. 2 with the point of the place. 1 gets the show. And that's the winner of our opening game today. In post 5, the 2, Tombor second, the 1, Aran was third, 5-2 exacta, 145.80. 2-5 Quinella, $47. 5-2-1, $2 trifecta, $822. In the daily double, 5, the opening salvo. Game 2 is also single, spectacular 7 scoring. 5 minutes till game number 2, 5 minutes. Just a note, we erroneously posted that Oyard was scratched briefly on the scoreboard. He is not. There are no scratches today. Just so again, no scratches on the card today. Let's hope it stays that way. Last call for betting on game number 2. Last call, again, no scratches. Game 2 is singles, spectacular 7 scoring. Argoitia starts. He'll serve in post 1 to Eki in the blue of post 2. All points will double after the first round. Game 2 underway. Eki with a reverse over Argoitia's head. Argoitia with a winning 2-wall, point to 1. Oyonard, post 3. Point to 3. A tie in post 4. Point to 4. Gorka wears the black shirt in post number 5. And Gorka catches the serve, throws a fine left side, gets the point for the 5. Now Del Rio in the 6th post. Great catch there by Gorka. Good looking left side as well, and that hardly comes out. Point to 5. Solaya in post 7. And Solaya scores for the 7 with a 5 to bote. Here's a wrong, post number 8, completing round 1. Very long Tejada. Time for Iran to get there for the 2-wall and the put away for the 8. Eki starts the double point round at post 2. Raw faked outside, went for the PK inside, and what a fine catch by Eki. Way to the 8. Here's Argoitia in the 1. That's out of play. Point to post number 1. Returning in the 3 post, this is Oyenard. And a great throw by Oyenard on the reverse. 2 points for post 3. Here's a tie in post 4. Two for 3. 5 points and possible game point for Oyenard in the 3 post. Here's Del Rio in post 6. It's possible game point for post 3. That is an overserve, point 6. Now Gorka in post 5. Del Rio to both a 2 walls and 2 points for post 6. Now Celaya in the 7. That just does make it. Point to 7. Here's Eki, post 2. Celaya with a kill shot, point to 7. Possible game point for Celaya in post 7. Misses are all in the 8. Possible game point post 7. Right down the wall. Aral comes up with a catch. The bote is out of play. Point to the 8. Possible game point for Aral in post 8. Here's Argoitia, post 1. 8 with a possible game point. Argoitia from the wood, shoots the carom. Get enough on it. Aral's going to capture that. Strong right side coming out. Saved by Argoitia, driving Aral back into the backcourt. Picada over his head. Point A game to the 8. Playoff for 2nd and 3rd with 3 serving 7. Out of play, point to the 3 for place 7 gets the show. Winner game 2, post 8, Aral. Coming in 2nd, the 3, Oyonnax. 7 was 3rd, Celaya. 8-3 exacta for 117.40, 3-8 Quinella for 30, 8-3-7 $2 try, 594.20, and a 5-8 daily double yielding 379.40. Game 3, the first doubles game of this performance. Spectacular 9 scoring, the start of the early pick 3. Spectacular 9 also means the superfecta, where 4th place will be at play. That's all coming up with game number 3 in about 5 minutes. Don't forget, Biscayne Cup action starts Tuesday night. And Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, all of our evening performances are at 6 p.m.
It's off the dome. Yeah. I never let nobody with no muscle try to hold me. I'm an OG, and that's the old me. The way I'm sitting nowadays, I'm money stacked 9 ways. I'm sipping on a latte. Why they all call me bougie? I don't want no prayers from no haters. Probably waiting on my downfall. Mad that we made it in my wins on time. Why you trying to delay it? And they say it's authentic, but they wins look plated. They fake though, and I eat all my cheese. Queso, provolone, to get all of my dogs out the trap like Home Alone. And Creed said I'm locked in. I really got no options. Standing on business, I need mines off the top then. Let them go ahead and count us all out. We just running up the numbers, watch us hit another level. Hey, can't hold me back. Put the city on the map, boy. How you love that? Boy, they thought that I was playing, but I hit another level. About to hit another level, had to hit another level. Hey, hit another level. Finna hit another level, gotta hit another level. Hit another level. About to hit another level, had to hit another level. Hey, hit another level. Finna hit another level. Hey, hit another level. Hit another half meal, mixing bass and treble. Locking up the game like a Rico when it's federal. Locked on my target, it's a rap if I aim at you. You rather me pray with you. Please pay attention like hood. Focus on your mission like you should. If you had some vision, then you could, but you don't, so you won't. And you chasing that life, that's good, brother. Hold up, I need mine, please. You can't hold me. I'ma go ahead and hit another level. Count us all out, we just running up the numbers, watch us hit another level. Hey, can't hold me back. Put the city on the map, boy. How you love that? Boy, they thought that I was playing, but I hit another level. Tried to hit another level, had to hit another level. Hey, hit another level. Finna hit another level, gotta hit another level. Hit another level. About to hit another level, had to hit another level. Hey, hit another level. Finna hit another level. Hey, hit another level.
Last call. Game 3, last call, game 3. Our first doubles match of the day. Spectacular 9. Game 3 starts to pick 3. Has Chanika and Laborde serving in post number 1. They're wearing the red. And post number 2, Liban and Tyne in the blue shirts. All points will be doubling after the opening round. Here's the serve. Game 3 has begun. little low, 1. Now post 3 in the white shirts, the team of Somaya and OARD. That save by Salaya is a great one. Now Chanika. Ooh, a little sidearm action on the carom, 1. Here's the 4, Tombor and Delpesh. Four is on the board. This is the 5 team, Oleron and Argoitia. Five grabs that one. Here's a Mets with Oyenard at post number 6. Bertada by Oleron, 5. Now a Raw with Eki and the Brown at post 7. Point 7. Now the 8, Garcia and Gorka, concluding round 1. O'Rourke with a terrific catch, crashing into the wall. The throw got away, point of the 8. Each team has played, all the points are double, and the target score is 9. Here's Lee Bois with a tie and post 2. Gorka, smooth catch, strong reverse. Nice little scoop there by a Tyne. Two, winning rebote for Libois. Now the 3, Celaya with a ARD. Two more for the 2. Now the 1 team, Chanika with Laborde. Nicely done by a Tyne at the 10. Juggle. Ball was not cleanly caught, point to 2. Now the 4, Tambor and Delpeche. That's a winner for the 2. 8 points and possible game point for Libois and a Tyne in post 2. Here is the 6, Ametson Oyonard. Possible game point for the 2. Trapped in the corner there, ball's a winner, point to 6. Here's the 5, Oleron and Argoitia. Win 5. 5 will serve 7. Aral Winecki. Tries to split, and a great effort by Argoitia, but the carom off the mark, point to 7. Here's the 8, Garcia and Gorka. Garcia attacks the serve, brought back into play by Eki. Point 7. 7 serving 3, Salaya and Oyardi. Seven scores, 7 as possible game point. Here's the 1, Shanika and Laborde. It is possible game point for Aral and Eki at post number 7. Taken off the wall beautifully by Laborde. And Eki right in the back. Eki again, right by the back wall. Good scrambling save by Aral, get it away from the front court. Cortada kind of high, and Eki well positioned. That's tipped. Double point and game to post number 7. Coming in second, the 2. The 5 is third. And for fourth place, 6 will serve 1. That's going to be low and out of play. Point and quad to the 6. Winners of game number 3, post 7, Aran and Eki. The 2 was second, Libois and Atine. Show to post 5, Oleron and Argoitia. And the quad to post number 6, Amets and Oyonard. (7-2) Exacta, 128.40. 2-7 Quinella, 66.20. 7-2-5 $2 try, 281.20. And the dollar superb, 7.256, 732.80, 73.28 for 10 cents. First number in the early pick 3 is a 7. We go to game 4. It is more doubles, back to spectacular 7 scoring. 6 minutes till game number 4. Again, no scratches today. Game 4, last call. Last call for today's fourth game. Don't forget, we're back here tonight, 7 o'clock, with a 10-game performance. Take a moment to tell you that our broadcast is brought to you by Better Care of Broward Medical Center. They speak English, Spanish, and French, accept all insurance, and welcome walk-ins. Visit their primary and family practice at 599 South Federal Highway in Dania Beach. Better Care of Broward is your local choice for all your medical needs. Today's uniforms are proudly sponsored by IGT and Every. Together, they're built to win. Champions Corner over by the back wall is up and running today, and it's brought to us by Dolphin Jewelers, where you can treat yourself or someone special with jewelry from Dolphin Jewelers. Just down the street at 52 North Federal Highway in Dania Beach. Buy, sell, repair, and trade all types of jewelry there, even custom designs. Mention High Life for an extra special discount at Dolphin Jewelers. Our media coverage is powered by TPI, driven to connect. And in Connecticut, the latest thrill there is mywinners.com now has a mobile app. On the App Store for iOS, you can deal with the #1 betting outlet in the state of Connecticut on your phone. Or just go to app.mywinners.com. Game 4, spectacular 7, and it is doubles. All points will double after the first round. Tombor and Ken Pandegi in post 1, serving to a Metz and Oyenard in post number 2. Points doubled after the first round. Serve starts the fourth. Tombor with a great catch along the wall. Puts the reverse off the back wall. And Ludobote is too high. One scores first. Oleron and Donnell post 3 in the white. Point 3. The 4 is Vicente with Del Rio. And Donnell goes to the outside, point to 3. Now the 5, Raw with a tyne. Point to 5. Now the 6, Javier and OARD. That's out of play, point 5. Now here's the 7, Garcia and Laborde. Nicely done by the board on our running left side scoop. And the board right in the back wall almost. Raw on the attack, left side. Will this be caught or come out? Coming out. Good grab there by a tyne. Powerful reverse. Garcia, rebote. Good one. A raw into the wall to make the catch. Garcia right there at line 7. He'll blast away. Another chance for Garcia with a reverse. A tyne and no room to run. Inside placement, point to 5. Janika and Delpeche in the 8 post. 5. They turn the corner, beginning the double points round, serving to Amets and Oyonard in post 2. Just dropped in perfectly by Amets, point 2. Gonna bring back the 1, Tom Board, Ken Pendeghi. At the back, part of the back wall, Oyonard. Point 2. Here's Vicente with Del Rio in the 4-post. Costado and a good one, but not good enough to beat Oyonard. And a winning 2-ball by Del Rio, point to 4. Gonna bring back Oleron and Donnell with 2 points in post 3. Point 3. Now the 6, Javier and Oyardi. Ripping remate, Javier, point to 6. Garcia and Laborde in post 7. Beautiful catch by Javier of the Garcia Cortada. Right to the back. Grab by the board. Point 7. That'll bring back Chanika and Delpeche in the 8. Point 7. 7 serving the 5, a raw and a tine. Garcia makes the save. Point 7. Garcia and the board have a possible game point at post 7. This is Tambor, Ken Pendeghi at post 1. It's possible game point 7. Ken Pendeghi puts that back into play. Laborde will play it from the wood. And Tambor. Big lift left side. Comes up short. Point of 1. Back in post 2, it's Amets and Oyenard. Point 2. Now it's possible game point for Amets and Oyenard in the 2. Here's post 4, Vicente with Del Rio. 2 with a possible game point. That is out of play, and 4 scores, and 3 is on the court. Returning is Oleron and Donnell. Del Rio makes the Bote Carrito catch and pins Donnell in the corner where the catch was made. Del Rio 2-wall, caught by Oleron. He'll return a heavy right side and point to 3. Possible game point for Oleron and Donnell at post 3. Here's Javier and Oyardi in post number 6, 3 with a possible game point. Over serve, point to 6. Now the 8 team, Chanika and Delpeche. Point 6. Possible game point for Javier and Oyardi in post 6. Here is a raw and a tie in post number 5. Possible game point now for the 6. Point to 5. Possible game point for a raw and a tying in the 5 and Garcia and the board at post 7. You see Garcia taking a couple of throws with a new basket, which is his right. So the winner of this point will win the game. He's ready, and here we go. Final serve 7 to decide the winner of the game. Point end game to the 7. Place and show point, 2 will serve 3. Two and three place, 2 and 3 place. Two gets the place. This is show point, 6 serving 5. Point and show, post 6. Game 4 won eventually by Garcia and Laborde at post 7. Metsa Neuenard second, post 2. Javier Noyardi third at post 6. 7-2 Exacto, 112.40. 2-7 Quinella, 43.40. 7-2-6 $2 trifecta, $488. And in the pick 3, 7 is your second number. Game 5 is in singles, spectacular 7 scoring. Points will double after the first round. 5 minutes post till game number 5. Don't forget, we're back here not just tonight at 7 o'clock, but tomorrow at 1. But tomorrow, you're going to see all singles. 9 games of singles, 5 games will be superfecta games, and the same thing on Monday, the 16th. We'll be here. So, you know, as I've said, forget the mattress sales. Come here, 1 o'clock, President's Day, super singles. And Tuesday, February 17th, the Biscayne Cup begins in earnest. 1 p.m. matinee. That will not have anything to do with the Biscayne Cup. That's our regular matinee. But 6 o'clock on Tuesday, Biscayne Cup after game 9. So games 10 and 11, 12 and 13 will be 15-point partidos. 2 teams competing each night. Wednesday, the 18th. That's right, Wednesday, we're here. And it's only Biscayne Cup. So come on out. You can win bet on the Biscayne Cup. No problem at all. So it will be Wednesday at 6. Thursday, the 19th, 6 o'clock, first 9 games as you were, and then 2 more Biscayne Cup games. Friday, February 20th, again, 6 o'clock, same format, 9 Quinella games, and then Biscayne Cup after that. Then Saturday, a week from today, we'll do a 1 o'clock doubleheader, just like this one, and then 7 o'clock will be first game. The final 2 games will determine the championship of this international event, games 10 and 11. And then Sunday, February 22nd, super singles again, 9 games, 5 superfectas. That is our schedule starting tomorrow at 1 o'clock with a singles-only affair. All right, we have a little bit of time here. Holy crap, we have 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Oh, I had to do the big promo there for the Biscayne Cup. So
I actually got a little bit of time to sit and chit-chat.
Okay, good.
Right. You had some questions,
I
though.
do
you
have
guys
a question.
Came in, sat down, and you were asking
I'm like,
me,
hey, man, what the hell?
Yeah, let's tell everybody. Why just tell you, and then I have to repeat it again?
Good point. So the question I have is the format for the Biscayne Cup. Obviously, we have 6 teams.
Yes.
How does this break down as far as how many wins can you have to have? How do you get to the finals, I guess, is my question.
I got that right here in front
All right,
of front of me. So let me. It's written in Basque, so please be patient.
Really? Can you read Basque?
Yeah. Well, no, but he forwarded me what he sent to the whole team, and it's like, hey, I think I'm the only one that doesn't speak Basque. So so the first night there'll be obviously 2 matches of 2 sets each and tiebreakers if necessary. So let's just, for the sake of this conversation, say Team A and Team B, because they're having a big press conference on Tuesday morning that's going to be live on Basque Air, the 4 o'clock news or something like that. So that's when we're going to start announcing the teams. So Team A and Team B will play, and then Team C and Team D, for the sake of this conversation, will play on Tuesday night. Then on the 18th, the following night,
Game 5, last call.
the winner of the first match will play against one of the teams that didn't play on Tuesday, and the winner of the second match will play against the other team that didn't play on Tuesday. Okay, so that's Tuesday and Wednesday. Then on 19th,
That's Thursday.
the Thursday, the loser of the first 2 matches of Tuesday will play against the 2 teams that didn't play Tuesday.
Right. So in other words, somebody will be eliminated Thursday, possibly.
Correct. And that will leave 4 teams left that will play on Friday night.
But what if everybody goes 1-1 all of a sudden? In other words, let's say Team A gets beat by Team B, then Thursday night Team A shows up and Team E loses to Team A. Now Team E may have won Wednesday, and now everybody's 1-1.
Well, I'm sure they have some kind of system of maybe points or.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a real risk here for some confusion about that.
Yeah. Well, I don't even have names. I just have like.
Well, I understand.
I just have placeholders here, and then Friday night will be the semifinals, which
Right.
will obviously be. The semifinals will be 4 teams out of the 6, and then out of those 4 teams, the 2 winners will play on Saturday.
We
night.
need a couple of these teams to go 0-2. I don't care who.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure that this is not the first time they do this Grand Slam type of event, so I'm sure that they have that all figured out. And then the big final on Saturday night, which I'm hoping will be well attended. I hope all the nights are well attended.
Yeah, I especially targeting Wednesday because that's a night we're not normally open, although we will be the following Wednesday.
Right.
But and it's only the Biscayne Cup. We're not doing Quinella games, so your betting opportunities are limited to win betting only. But I'm hoping that the attraction of the event, besides the fact you might be able to make a couple bucks, will get people out here.
Yeah, I think that the excitement of having these players here this week is not so much the making millions of dollars betting. It's more the excitement of having the best players around playing. And Lopez is doing his farewell tour. All right, let's get this game started. I'll stay for another game, and then we could chit-chat a little bit about the programming and who's going to be in the program, who's not. All right, guys, enjoy.
It is game 5, spectacular 7 singles. Celaya serving to Del Rio, 1 serving to 2 as the points will double after the first round in the 7-point game. Under serve, point 2. Now post 3, Eki. And Eki firing away from the wood. You see the perfect positioning, and Del Rio takes the point for the 2. Gorka, post 4 in the green. Del Rio from in close. We'll take the open court, point to 2. Javier, post 5. Terrific grab there by Javier. Javier again picking his own pocket. Point to 5. Argoitia in the gold, post 6. Javier from the wood, another big right side, another perfect throw for Javier. Point to 5, here's Janika in the 7 post. Javier gets the point for the 5. Lebois, post 8 in the purple. That is an overserve, point to 8. Double point round beginning with Celaya in the 1. And Lebois, the passing Robote, point to the 8. Post 3, Eki. Eki with a tricky catch. And then that, point 3. Here's Gorka, post 4. Point to 3. Back at post 2, it's Del Rio. Chula, point 2. Del Rio with possible game point at post 2. Here's Argoitia at post 6, too, with a possible game point. Strong right side from Del Rio, double point in game to post 2. Eki second at post 3. For third place, 5 will serve the 8. And that catch made just before the screen. Oh, he almost had that for a second there. Point to the 8. Del Rio, the winner of the 5th game at post 2. Eki second, post 3. Libois taking the show at post number 8. 2-3 exacta, 139.20. Quinella 2-3, 32.20. 238, $2 try, 471. And the $2 pick 3, 772, 1,309 and 40 cents. We jump into the pick 4 straight away. Spectacular 9 doubles coming up, featuring the Superfecta. No scratches, and game 6 is coming up in about 5 minutes.
So where were we? Oh, yes. You were telling me something that I didn't know that helps me out a great deal. We have divisions.
Yes, there's 2 divisions. There's the A group and there's the B group.
Simple.
And we'll just say A1, 2, 3 and B1, 2, 3 for the time being because, like I said, I know the teams, and I think the teams have actually been announced. I announced the teams, but as far as like what day they're playing and when they're playing, that information will come out on Tuesday.
And the press conference is being held where, here?
No, we're going to be doing it at the Dania Beach Pier, and they're going to set it up where they're going to do some interviews, take some B-roll footage, and as one guy is filming it, the other guy is uploading it to the Basque Country over there to be edited and put together for pretty much like we're doing at 9 a.m. here, which is I think it's 3 o'clock over there, and it's going to air at 4 o'clock. So it's going to be pretty bang bang. But by the time I get here at noontime, I'll have the weekly schedule, or at least the people that are playing Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday against the winner and losers, of course, and then I could release that to the fans. And I say just come watch every day.
That would be the easiest thing to do, and if you can't physically make it, of course, our YouTube channel will have all of the action, as it always does. So particularly if you're out of state, but I'm hoping that we get a lot of fans and seats. The Alumni Association certainly will be here probably every day.
Yeah, I have gotten several calls, probably upwards of 20 calls, where people are asking if I could help them get a hotel room, that they're coming with their wives or their kids.
wow,
or,
great.
If people are coming from Tampa, from Orlando, some people coming from as close as Palm Beach, definitely coming up from Miami. So, yeah, it should be a pretty hectic week for you and I, but we'll make it through. We'll be,
I'm excited about it. These guys, some of these guys I've never seen, or some I haven't seen in a couple of years who used to play here, because there's a lot of former Dania guys here. So it'll be nice to see everybody back here.
And let me tell you something. We sit up here and we watch the games, and we watch the games. I mean, I watch the games from the cage. But I went out there to see how, Rastock and Gallo and a couple of my good old friends, Butchin is out there. So I was out there saying hi, hanging out with the guys. But from out there, you really see the speed of the ball.
Yeah, you don't
like
get it
from
here.
here, you don't see it as well. No. Here you see the curves and the dips and things like that. From out in the audience, you see the ball moving a lot faster than I'm used to seeing.
Yeah, same here. We got a couple of minutes. We haven't talked about what happened earlier in the week with Johan and Gorka winning the championship over Tambor and Argoitia, 21-13, but it was closer than the score indicates, as we like to say. But I just thought the brothers were nearly flawless, and Gorka in particular was magnificent.
Yeah, I talked to Tambor a little bit, not so much that night. I don't talk to the players much after the matches. The next day we run into each other and we'll have a brief conversation, and Tambor hit it on the head. He said, I was trying to find the hole. I was trying to find the gap to throw it there, and it's like, Gorka, like you said, Gorka was probably the MVP. He covered anything that Johan couldn't get. Gorka was there to snatch it up. He made some phenomenal catches, like catches that it should have been a point for the other team, and he kept the point alive. And it was a great match. I mean, I don't think that the losing team has anything to be ashamed about. I think they both played really well. There was a couple of mistakes, and in those type of short partidos, as opposed to a 30-point partido or 2 sets of 15, a couple of mistakes could really.
Game 6, last call.
A couple of mistakes at the wrong time could really, take you under.
I had Gorka for 2, the first point, and somewhere like this 18th or something like that, and the rest of the time, everything went in that basket. And, of course, he has great power from both sides.
Right.
So he caused headaches for those guys. Tambor was sweating so much we had to stop and wipe the floor a couple of times, which is, also I think giving Tambor a chance to take an extra 30 seconds to get himself back together again because he plays so darn hard.
Yeah, but you'd be surprised how good a shape he's in. I mean,
I'm not surprised.
All 4 of those guys, I mean, they were tired, obviously. It's a long game, 21 points, but they weren't as tired as I thought they were. They asked me at the beginning how many breaks could they get, and I told them how many do you need, thinking they were going to take 5 or 6 breaks, but they didn't take as many as I thought.
No, and we were saying also what a great luxury for Johan with Gorka playing so well.
Yeah,
Johan didn't have to force the attack. He could attack when he was comfortable,
right?
When it made sense to attack. I think sometimes we saw a little bit of that last night with Vicente. Maybe he didn't feel completely comfortable, and so he attacked at times that maybe didn't work out because they got run over yesterday, frankly. I thought Garcia and Atine played great. But, in Johan's case, he'd go, nah, I'm good. He'll catch it. And, unbelievable.
Well, that concludes the Dania Beach Invitational. So that portion of the event is over. Now we have the Biscayne Cup. Then we have 1 week after that. We had a team meeting before, and I just reminded the guys how much we appreciate everything they do for us.
Nice.
I mean, listen, I'm no different than everybody, whether it's in the audience or the chat or anywhere on the planet. I take the good with the bad, and there was a lot of good in this season so far. So hope everybody enjoys the rest of the day and the weekend and the Super Singles, and we'll talk one more time before the Biscayne Cup to kind of like on Tuesday I'll come up and we'll go over the first couple of rounds. All right, guys, enjoy. Thanks.
Here we go, Game 6, Spectacular 9. It is doubles. Starting of the pick 4, and of course the superfecta in Game 6. Javier and Danel in post 1, serving to Aran Gorka in post 2. All points will be doubling after the first round. And a reminder, game is played in 9 points. And the game is on. Two scores there. Here's the three, Libois and Delpeche. Splitting the pair was Libois, point three. Here's the four, Garcia with OERD. Big left side, Libois going for the home run, going to be caught and returned right at the 2 line. Out of play, point three. Post 5 of the black shirts, Oleron and Oyonard. Point to the 5. Here's Tombor at a time in post number 6. Perfectly angled kill shot by Tombor, point to 6. Now a Mets and Ken Pendeghi in the brown to post 7. Point to 6 now, post number 8, Vicente with Laborde. Beautiful catch by Laborde along the reverse, but it drifts away from him and goes out of bounds. Point to 6. The double point round starting with a 1, Javier and Donnell. Scoop by Tombor, and perfect placement. Point to 6. Here's the 2, Aura and Gorka. Point 2. Garcia and Oyard, post 4. It's a strong right side by Aron. Point 2, the 2. Here's post 3, Libois with Delpeche. Taken off the paint there by Libois. Laurent throws it deep right side off the back wall. Libois puts Sotobote right down the side wall. Comes off just enough for Gorka. Two. Possible game point for the two, Aura and Gorka. Here's the 5, Olaran and Oyanar trying to stop them too with a possible game point. That was a terrific save. That was a hard chance. Olaran going into that corner. That's not going to be savable. 20-5. Here's the 7 of Metz and Ken Pendeghi. Labate, point to 7. Now the 8, Vicente and Laborde. To the inside, almost had it, point to the 8. Javier and Donnell, post 1. Big bouncer, point to 1. Here's post 6, Tombo over the tie. from the wood. Put away beautifully by Javier. Point to one. Garcia and Oyard post 4. Went to 4. The 3, Libois, Delpeche. Score that for the 3. 3 will serve to the team returning with possible game point. That's the 2, Aran and Gorka. Possible game point for post number 2. Point 3. Now the 5 team returning, Olaran and Oyenard. Five scores 2 points. 5 will serve post 7. The Mets with Campandegi. Point to the 5. Olaran and Oyenard have possible game point at post 5. Here's the 8, Vicente and Laborde. 5 has possible game point. And that was tipped in the backcourt. 8 grabs the point. Now here is Tom Boren at time to post 6. Tom Bohr flings himself to the floor for the rebote. Vicente passes the Cortada, goes deep instead, and that ball was juggled in the backcourt, point to the 8. Now here's post 1, Javier with Donnell. One to one. Here's the 4, Garcia and Oyardi. Great catch there by Oyardi. Javier leans into the reverse. Oyardi equal to the task in the backcourt. Javier again. Garcia, great save. And the ball tipped in the backcourt. Whistle has been blown. Point to 1. And we have arrived at game point. As we started the game, 1 will serve to 2 to get things going, this time to finish it. 1 has possible game point. Ara and Gorka in post 2 has possible game point. Winner will win the game. Oh my, what a grab by Javier, one-handed, and Gorka right up against the wall. Double point end game to post number 2. 1 is second, 5 is third, and for the quad, 3 will serve 8. And that point on a beautiful shot by Laborde goes to the 8 for fourth. Game 6 won by Iran. Gorka in post 2. The 1 was second, Javier and Donnell. The 5 third, Oleron and Oyenard. And the 8 fourth, Vicente and Laborde. Exacta 2-1, $46. 1-2 Quinella, $23.80. 215 $2 try, $133.60. And a 215A $1 super, $275.80. $27.58 on the 10-cent wheel. First number in the pick 4 is a 2. Game 7 starts the pick 3. It is next. It is spectacular 7 scoring. Windows open. You've got 5 minutes till game 7 commences. Our broadcast today brought to you by Better Care of Broward Medical Center. They speak English, Spanish, and French, accept all insurance, and welcome walk-ins. Visit their primary and family practice at 599 South Federal Highway in Dania Beach. Better Care of Broward, your local choice for all your medical needs. Today's uniforms are proudly sponsored by IGT and Every, together built to win. Champions Corner, open right now over by the back wall, sponsored by Dolphin Jewelers. Treat yourself or someone special with jewelry from Dolphin Jewelers. They're right down the street at 52 North Federal Highway in Dania Beach. We are our last call for betting Game 7, by the way. They buy, sell, repair, and trade all types of jewelry, even custom designs. Mention High Life for an extra special discount at Dolphin Jewelers. Our media coverage powered by TPI, driven to connect. And for our fans in Connecticut, your highlight wagers can now be placed at mywinners.com on their mobile app, at the App Store for iOS, or place your bets at app.mywinners.com. It is, after all, where Connecticut bets on highlight. Over at Champions Corner, by the way, you can advance order for the grill and not have to wait in line over there. Pick up some great Dania Highlight merchandise as well. Some tchotchkes, drinks, and snacks all available at Champions Corner today, tonight, and tomorrow. Time for Game 7, spectacular 7 singles and the beginning of the late pick 3. Oleron and Del Rio are teamed in the red at post 1, while Celaya and Arguetia await the serve in post 2 blue. All points will be doubling after the first round. Oleron serves. This game is on. A great catch right off the bat by Oleron. Point to 1. A Mets and a tie. The white shirts at post 3. Another great grab by Oleron. Oleron's going to take 2 walls from there and score. What a shot. Point to 1. Now the 4 team, Aron and Donnell. Big right side from Del Rio, point to 1. Now the 5, Vicente with Laborde. Off the fine catch, Laborde over the top of the right side. It will be taken by Del Rio. That's a hard one there for Laborde, but he got it. Bertada, Oleron into the wall, and it's Vicente with the grab. Left side coming back off the back wall for Oleron, able to try to get to the bote, but it did not work. Point to 5. Here's the 6, Libois and Eki. Well, drop shot's going to work for the 5. Post 7 will be Javier Doyardi. Seven grabs that point. Here is the 8, Chanika with Ken Pendeghi, ending the first round of play. Put 7 on the board for that one. The double point round starting with a 2, Celaya and Arguitia. And Everbote a winner for Javier, point to 7. Here comes the 3, a Mets and a tie. Underserve, point 3. Now Laurent and Donnell in post 4. What's wrong with the scoop? Point three. This is Oleron and Del Rio in the one post. Nice grab by Ahmeds. And that's Del Rio taking the bote corrido. Again, Del Rio. 20-1. Possible game point for Oleron and Del Rio in the one. Here is Libois and Eki, post 6, 1 with possible game point. Point 6. Now the 5, Vicente and Laborde. Catch in that corner there by Laborde. Corner catch, that's Eki. Cortada. Eki calling for it, making the catch, comes over the top of the right side. Leap and grab by Vicente. Almost at Chula. Libois. That's going to go out. 5. Now, Chanika and Ken Pendeghi in the 8 post. Toward the inside, and point 8. Now the 2, Celaya Arguetia. Running scoop by Chanika. And Chanika heads into the backcourt with that shot, but Arguetia is right there. Right side, Chanika this time tries to kill the point, and two will get it instead. Here's post number 7, Javier and Oyardi. Arguetia Pika. Running grab by Oyardi. Drives the right side deep, and Arguetia is right there. And a big bounce. 2 scores. Here's the 4, a wrong, and Donnell. Beautifully done by Donnell. Barely over the choppa. Celaya is going to drill a left side. Donnell's right on it. Picata, a wrong, point to 4. Every team has at least 2. Here is the 3, a Mets and a time. Post 3 returns to receive serve. Great coverage of the court that time by a time. And Donnell once again chopping it down. Off the back wall and going to win for the 3. And it's game point. The winner of this point will win the game. The loser of the point is going to finish in second. 3 will serve to 1. Oleron and Del Rio. Then we will have a 3-way show playoff. But this is game point. The Mets kept their bote inside. Del Rio into that right side hard, but it's an easy catch for a tie. Double point in game to the one, post 3 finishing in second place. And the show playoff starts with 5 serving 7 and 2 will play the winner. Went to 5. Possible show point for the 5. Here's the 2. Five gets the show. Game 7 winners, Oleron and Del Rio in post 1, coming in second, post 3, a Mets and a tied, and show the 5, Vicente and Laborde. 1-3 exacta, $45. 1-3 Quinella, $32. 1-3-5 $2 trifecta, $2.73 and 80 cents. The first number in the pick 3 is a 1. Game 8 starts the late daily double, and it's doubles. Spectacular 7 scoring. No scratches to report. Game number 8 starts in 6 minutes. Don't forget, tonight we have 10 games beginning at 7 o'clock, and then Saturday kicks off our Biscayne Cup week with special singles-only performance 2 days in a row. Not just Sunday at 1, but Monday, President's Day at 1 o'clock. There's the schedule up there. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. All the night performances start at 6. All of those night performances will have Biscayne Cup partidos. Wednesday is only Biscayne Cup partidos and no other games, but that's going to be plenty of highlight, believe me, starting at 6 o'clock. Then Saturday, 1 o'clock and 7 o'clock, and we'll have the championship a week from tonight. And then Sunday the 22nd, we have one more day of super singles. Only singles games tomorrow, Monday, and next Sunday. This is your Game 8 last call. Last call for Game 8 and the late daily double. This is the 8th game, spectacular 7 doubles in the beginning of the late daily double. Vicente and Gorka serving in post number 1 to Javier and Ken Pendeghi in the blue with post number 2. After the first round, all points will be worth 2. Game is underway. Serve is captured and dropped in for a winner by Javier, point 2. Garcia and Laborde wear the white in post 3. Point 3. Now post 4, Lebois and Argoitia. Laborde with the catch of the remote. Argoitio fire the right side. Big bounce. Laborde with a big catch. Out of bounds. Point to 3. Black shirts in post 5. Somaya and OARD. That's an overserve, point to the 5. In the gold, it's Janika with Danelle at post 6. Point to 5. Tombor, Delpeche, their teams in post 7. That just does stay in bounds. Tombor, Cortada, went to 7. Now here's Oleron with Eki, post 8. Tombor explodes on that Rabote. Good catch there from Eki. And Delpeche in that difficult corner. Tombor, hard fall on the wood, and it works out, point to 7. Now Vicente and Gorka in the one post. And Vicente put in the right spot, point to one. Here's the two, Javier with Ken Pendeghi. Right there is Vicente to respond with a winner off the wood, point to one. Retaking the court at post number 4, Libois and Arguetia. Off the great catch, Vicente, deep right side. Arguetia handling it, comes back with a big bounce. It's going to be cut off and put away by Vicente. Point to the one. Possible game point for Vicente and Gorka in post 1. Here is Garcia with Laborde in the 3 post. 1 with a possible game point. Out of play, double pointed game to post number 1. Place and show playoff with 5 serving 7 and 3 on deck. Out of bounds. Point 5. Possible place point for post 5, serving post 3. Point to the 3, and now they'll switch ends. 3 will serve to 5 to decide place and show. That's going to be caught and returned. And almost caught a return. Point to the 3, 5 takes the show. Winners of game number 8, the 1, Vicente and Gorka. Coming in second, the 3, Garcia and Laborde. And Celaya and Oyard took the show in the 5 post. The Quinello is a $13.80 return for the $2 ticket for a 1-3. The 1-3 exacta, $23.40. And the 1-3-5 $2 trifecta, $268.60. In the late daily double, your opening number is 1. Final game of this performance is next. In about 5, maybe 6 minutes, we'll have game number 9. Spectacular 9 singles and another superfecta, which you'll hear a lot if you're here tomorrow, because tomorrow is 1 o'clock super singles. 5 superfecta games out of our 9 games of singles only for the next 2 days, Sunday and Monday. Tonight, when we start at 7 o'clock, it will be a traditional card, a mixture of singles and doubles. But on Sunday and on President's Day, Monday, singles only. Game 9, last call. It's the ninth game, spectacular 9 singles. With Garcia serving in post 1 and receiving that will be Vicente in post number 2. This is spectacular 9 scoring. All points, of course, will double after the first round of play. There's the serve. The game is on. And off a tricky catch, Garcia drops a Tejada for the winner for the 1. Here's Ken Pendeghi in post 3. Way to 1. Javier, post 4. One scores. Now Del Pesh post 5. Point to the 1. Now the goal to post number 6. It's Oleron. One again. Donnell post 7. And streak stops at 5 in a row. 7 gets the point. Here's Tom Bohr completing round 1 in post 8 purple. Serve, point 8. The points are doubled, playing this one to 9. Here's Vicente in post 2. Double point for Vicente in post 2. Here's Can Pendeghi, post 3. And Pendeghi drops Tejada. And that's 2 bounces, point 3. Javier in post 4. Tejada again, 1 bounce, and this one caught. Big return from Javier. Can Pendeghi back in position. Good with a bote to the inside and a big bounce, point to 3. Del Pesh, post 5. Chula for Del Pesh, point to 5. Here's Oleron in the 6th post. Way to the 6. Coming back with 5 points, Garcia in post 1. Going to be tough for the bote for Garcia. And a It's out of play, point to 6. Here's Donnell in the 7 post. Point to 6. Tombor in the 8 post. Oleron forcing Tombor into a great catch at line 7. Tombor lifting, looking for Chula, going to come up short. Oleron saves that with a bote, and it's a good one, point to 6. Possible game point for Oleron in post 6. Here's Vicente in the 2 post. 6 with possible game point. Strong rebote by Oleron. That bounced twice. That'll be point end game to post 6. The 1 is second, the 3 is third, 2 and 5 to meet for the quad with 5 serving. Running grab. Delpeche. And that will be off. 5 is fourth. Oleron on top in game 9 singles in post 6. Garcia second in the 1. The 3 was third, Can Pendeghi. The 5 fourth, Delpeche. The exacta returning 30-40 for a 6-1, $15 for a 1-6 Quinella, $444.40 for the try, and $577.60 for the $1 Superfecta, 6-1-3-5. The daily double, $35.20 for a 1-6, $7.60 for 3 out of 4, 2-1-1-6 in the pick 4. So the carry forward for tonight, 76-67. And a 113 $2 pick 3, 116 $2 pick 3, $61.20. Our broadcast was brought to you by Better Care of Broward Medical Center. They speak English, Spanish, and French, accept all insurance, and welcome walk-ins. You can find them in their primary and family practice at 599 South Federal Highway in Dania Beach. Better Care of Broward is your local choice for all your medical needs. Today's uniforms were proudly sponsored by IGT and Every, together built to win. Our Champions Corner sponsor, that's going to be open tonight. Dolphin Jewelers invites you to treat yourself or someone special with jewelry from Dolphin Jewelers just down the street at 52 North Federal Highway in Dania Beach. They buy, sell, repair, and trade all types of jewelry, even custom designs. Mention High Life for an extra special discount at Dolphin Jewelers. Our media coverage is powered by TPI, driven to connect. And in Connecticut, place your highlight wagers at mywinners.com, the #1 betting outlet in the state of Connecticut, now easier than ever because MyWinners has the mobile app. On iOS in the App Store, or you can place your bets at app.mywinners.com. We're back at 7 o'clock tonight with 10 games of the world's fastest game. And don't forget tomorrow, singles only. Super singles, 1 p.m. tomorrow. But be here tonight at 7. If you are coming back, your program is good for tonight as well. On behalf of all of us at the casino at Dania Beach and Dania Beach Highline, Dave Lamont saying so long from the Sunshine State.